All right, we're going to get started. The regularly scheduled meeting of the Montezuma County Planning and Zoning Commission is being held in the Commissioners' Meeting Room in Montezuma County Administrative Offices, 109 West Main, Room 270, Cortez, Colorado. We're going to open with the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Don, can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Farian?
Here.
Commissioner Hernandez?
Here.
Commissioner Saunders?
Here.
Commissioner Taylor is absent. Commissioner Lynch?
Here.
Commissioner Neergaard?
Here. Also present, Don Haley and Jane Duncan of the County Planning Department. Please silence or turn your cell phones off during this meeting. Important calls, you can step outside and take the call. Planning and Zoning Commission will review August meeting minutes. Has everybody had a chance to review them?
Yes.
Any additions, subtractions?
There was a correction sent out. Did everybody get to see it?
Yes. Okay.
Make a motion that we approve the adjusted minutes.
John, is your mic on?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Make the motion we approve the minutes as adjusted.
I'll second.
And can we have a vote, please?
Commissioner Farian?
I was absent.
Commissioner Hernandez?
Aye.
Commissioner Saunders?
Aye.
Commissioner Lynch?
Aye.
Commissioner Neergaard?
Aye.
Okay. Motion was carried. Vote was unanimous. Okay, the Montezuma County Planning Commission welcomes you to this meeting. This board is comprised of members who are tasked to make recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners. We are not the decision makers. We encourage public comment after each permit. Persons speaking during public comment will be limited to 3 minutes, or depending on the number of people wishing to speak, it may be reduced at the discretion of the Planning Commission to allow all members of the public opportunity to address their thoughts and concerns. We are looking at this tonight. We ask that when you make public comment, that you not continually repeat the same issue, every single comment. If we continue to get repetitive comments, we will reduce the time to 2 minutes. Okay. We also ask that we maintain decorum in here, so we ask that there are no outbursts within the audience, no cheering, no negative comments, things like that. If that happens, we will ask you to leave. Thank you. When addressing the commission, please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record prior to providing your comments. Comments to individual applicants are not permitted. Participants may not yield their time to others. I will be voting tonight. And can we have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Farian?
Here.
Commissioner Hernandez?
Here.
Commissioner Saunders?
Here.
Commissioner Lynch?
Here.
Commissioner Neergaard?
Here.
Okay. Number 1, notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Planning and Zoning Commission will hold a public hearing for the purpose of reviewing and determining recommendations to be made to the Board of County Commissioners regarding a proposed 2-lot moderate subdivision and AR 3-9 rezoning application submitted by Robert and Katherine Heyder, Living Trust, agent Benjamin Bradford Shaw, on property located at 12064 Road 40, Mancos, Colorado, consisting of 12.85 acres, more or less, located east of Road 40, north of Highway 184, situated in Section 8, Township 36 North, Range 13 West, New Mexico Prime Meridian. This is a public hearing. Was the public notice published?
Yes, sir.
Was evidence of letters to the adjoining neighbors and mineral owners submitted?
Yes, sir.
And was the sign posted?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can we have the applicant come forward?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
due to a possible or potential conflict of interest, I need to recuse myself.
Go ahead and sit.
Okay, thank you. Hello.
Hi.
Okay, can we have planning department findings, please, Jane?
There are 2 existing residences on this property, and the applicants are just wanting to create a separate 3-acre, more or less, parcel for their own. The common driveway would serve both residences as it currently does. All infrastructure is in, and no other departments had any problems.
Okay. Any planning commission discussion?
I have a question. I didn't see the 2 parcels split. Am I, is it, unless it's gonna be long ways?
So it looks like it comes to here.
So on the screen is the
You look
full
on the screen?
parcel?
Okay,
Yeah,
Gonna split, okay.
and the northwest corner is looking to be split off with 1 residence.
So the property line will be a north and south run.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. So the 2 residents are gonna stay on 1. And then there will be an easement to the second property?
No,
No.
they're splitting right between the houses, right here. So here's one resident, here's the other, and that's about halfway down here.
Oh,
It's on the screen, John.
okay.
But see how?
So then the blue is gonna be 1 property, and the second one will be down below. Is that right?
And all around, out here.
And it's, so the second will own all around,
See, it kind of looks like this, right here.
kind of weird.
See? Comes down
Okay,
here.
that's the line I was looking for.
Yep.
I see.
Do you have anything else you wanted to add?
No, sir.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay. We'll open it to public comments. If you'd like to comment, please come to the podium. Okay, seeing as none, we'll bring it back. And if there's no further comments, then I will entertain a motion.
I will make a motion to recommend to the Board of County Commissioners to approve a proposed 2-lot moderate subdivision and AR 3-9 rezoning application submitted by Robert and Katherine Heyder Living Trust, agent Benjamin Bradford Shaw, based on the following. The proposed use is in conformity with the code. The proposed use shall not generate any significant adverse impacts on other property in the area, and public utilities and services are available or can be made available to support uses consistent with the proposed zoning. I have no conditions.
Okay,
And the property's gonna be for sale?
No,
Oh, it's just gonna be split? Okay.
Correct.
Gonna stay in the family?
correct.
I'll second it.
okay. No further discussion on the motion. We will call a vote.
Commissioner Farian?
Aye.
Commissioner Hernandez?
Aye?
Commissioner Saunders?
Aye.
Commissioner Neergard?
Aye.
Okay, vote was carried. Our motion was carried, vote was unanimous. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. And can we go ahead and have roll call, please?
Commissioner Farian?
Here.
Commissioner Hernandez?
Here?
Commissioner Saunders,
Here.
Commissioner Lynch,
Here.
Commissioner Neergard.
Here.
Okay, number 2, notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Planning and Zoning Commission will hold a public hearing for the purpose of reviewing and determining recommendations to be made to the Board of County Commissioners regarding a proposed 3-lot minor subdivision and AR 3-9 and AR 10 to 34 rezoning application submitted by Kenneth Bradshaw on property located at TBD Highway 491, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 36.24 acres, more or less, located east of Highway 491, west of Road 22, situated in Section 19, Township 37 North, Range 16 West, New Mexico Prime Meridian. This is a public hearing. Was the public notice published?
Yes, sir?
Was evidence of letters and to the adjoining neighbors and mineral owners submitted?
Yes, sir?
And was the sign posted?
Yes, sir?
Okay. Hey, guys, can we have planning department findings, please?
Sure. Mr. Bradshaw is proposing to create a 3-lot subdivision, which consists of 2 4-acre lots and 1 28-acre lot. Right now, this property is vacant, and CDOT has commented that they would like to see the ag access to the property vacated and all lots be accessed from Road 22. And Mr. Bradshaw is okay with that. And basically, that's it. The weed department has been contacted by Mr. Bradshaw, and he is working with her to get the noxious weeds taken care of. And that's it.
Okay. Do you have anything else you guys wanted to add?
It's my interpreter, I can't hear.
Oh, okay.
I don't think, you don't have anything else to say, do you? You don't have anything else to say?
No, Dad, no.
Okay,
Huh?
okay. Am I not talking into it? So, okay, then, planning commission discussion. I did have a question. Are you going to, it looks like the north side there's an easement that's into the ag land there. Is that correct?
No, the easement will be right off of 22. I talked to Rob, I've already got a permit, and he said he'd come out and show me where to put it whenever we get the survey done on it. And we'll come right off of 22 road with it for both lots.
Okay,
That's for both of these.
And he will be using that.
And he said he came out and looked at it, he said that would
Okay.
work.
but that north portion is an access as well. Is that correct?
No,
Oh.
that fence line is actually about 8 feet south of the property line.
Oh, okay,
So the actual property line is on the other side of that driveway, so.
okay,
They have an agreement.
Gotcha.
But an actual easement, there's not one.
so then you're gonna be putting an easement through one of the 4-acre lots or in between them?
Or both of them.
Okay,
Okay.
okay. To the ag line, correct?
No, not to the other piece of property.
No, not the other piece of property. It'll come down probably just a little ways to make the lot sizes right. We'll have to come off that north fence down, I think 50 feet or 55 feet.
Okay,
And then the rest of it will all be the same.
I guess I'm not seeing it.
So the, right there where your thumb is, they're gonna come off
Yeah,
that
yeah,
fence
right.
line about 60 feet in
Yeah.
order to make that lot
Okay.
Right, and
okay.
the
then
same
it'll-
size.
Okay.
He's gonna come
Okay.
across
So it's-
there
okay.
And
to
it'll-
access the ag portion
Okay,
of
so
it.
your access will be off the top 4-acre parcel.
Yeah.
Got it.
okay, okay. That's what I was confused about. Sorry. Thank you.
That was my question also.
Any other discussion from the commission? No?
No, I'm good.
Okay. And we will open it to public comment. If you'd like to comment, please come forward. Okay. Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the commission. And
The only question I have in the properties, the 2 4-acre parcels will be sold? Or are they family?
No, so,
They will be sold, okay. And one of the, again, the conditions I would like to see is that the new owners are notified of the county land use code.
okay. So then I will entertain a motion.
I will make a motion to recommend to the Board of County Commissioners to approve a proposed 3-lot minor subdivision and AR 10-34 rezoning application submitted by Kenneth Bradshaw based on the following. The proposed use is in conformity with the code. The proposed use shall not generate any significant adverse impacts on other property in the area, and public utilities and services are available or can be made available to support uses consistent with the proposed zoning. And John's conditions are that new owners of the 4-acre parcels are notified of the land use code.
I'll second it with the condition of that the CDOT request to vacate the property is gone through, and that the new property owners are notified of the county's land use code.
I'll second.
John heard it second.
Oh, you already seconded.
Okay, any further discussion? No, seeing none, we'll go ahead and call a vote.
Commissioner Farian,
Aye.
Commissioner Hernandez,
All right?
Commissioner Saunders,
Aye.
Commissioner Lynch,
Aye.
Commissioner Niergaard.
Aye.
Motion was carried, vote was unanimous. Good luck, guys. Thank you. Okay. All right, Don, can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Farian,
Here.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Here.
Commissioner Saunders,
Here.
Commissioner Lynch,
Here.
Commissioner Niergaard.
Here.
All right, number 3, notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Planning and Zoning Commission will hold a public hearing for the purpose of reviewing and determining recommendations to be made to the Board of County Commissioners regarding a proposed subdivision amendment application for the proposed commercial rezoning and commercial planned unit development to lot number 31 of the Blue Door subdivision submitted by Kenneth Hinton, agent Richard O'Brien, on property located at 7351 Road 24.3, Cortez, Colorado, located south of Road G.3, east of Highway 160-491, situated in Section 3, Township 35 North, Range 16 West, New Mexico Prime Meridian. This is a public hearing. Was a public notice published?
Yes, sir?
Was evidence of letters to the adjoining neighbors and mineral owners submitted?
Yes, sir?
And was the sign posted?
Yes, sir?
Perfect. Can we have the applicant come forward? Hello. All right. Jane, can we have public or planning department findings, please?
Sure. Mr. Hinton proposes to divide Lot 31 of the Blue Door subdivision into 2 1.5-acre parcels in order for Richard O'Brien to purchase the business that he has worked at for nearly 40 years. Each proposed parcel will continue their current activity. The other parcel has a rental residence on it, so it would be continue as that. Just to give everyone a little synopsis of the Blue Door subdivision, it consists of mixed uses, which includes agricultural, residential, commercial, and industrial uses. And that has been there for many, many years. since the 70s, actually. The current driveway will remain the same. That has been there for nearly 40 years. All infrastructure is in, and that's basically it.
Thank you. Do you guys have anything to add?
No, sir.
Okay. Any planning commission discussion?
I have a question. On the south proposed lot, there's two trailers there. Are they both rentals, or is one a home and the other one is a rental?
One of them is a rental, which is the double wide, which is that one. The single wide is purchased by another person. We're in the process of contacting them through Kenny Hinton. He wants to get it moved off the property. It belongs to some other person, so I have no control over that, but we will get it moved.
So it looks like the property line was drawn around it?
It's an existing fence that runs right there where it is, where the dotted line is. That's an existing fence.
So is it, on that particular drawing, is it true that that distance between the building on the southwest corner of the top lot is only 15 feet from that fence line?
Yes,
And the new property line
yes.
that you're proposing?
All that is just a lean-to shed. If it's too close to the line, we can go ahead and tear it down. It's no big deal.
And question for Don, the reason this was zoned ARES because it was way early, it was kind of grandfathered into the,
Correct. It's
Land
part
use
of the
code.
old Blue Door subdivision.
okay. So back then, because it was grandfathered in, none of the setbacks mattered. It was automatically accepted.
Correct. Right. Those stipulations didn't exist, and they are proposing to have 15-foot setbacks to the interior property line with 20-foot setbacks around the perimeter as part of their PUD stipulations.
And that meets code, the 15-foot side setback.
Well, it meets what they are proposing as the PUD conditions. So the PUD conditions are independent of what the normal land use code is for a regular residential property.
So we're not going to
Same as the lot size. This down here is, these are 3 1-acre lots that were a industrial PUD created a few years ago. Same situation, they have their own conditions of the PUD that was approved.
So
This,
it doesn't require variance?
no,
No.
not if the PUD is approved with these parameters. This lot on the east would access here off of 24.3. This lot would access off of G.3. Those are existing. Currently, these two are tied into the same leach field. So that's part of what this setback, or this jog here is in the property line, is to add a leach field for this business.
Yeah, okay. What is that business?
It's a repair business.
Repair?
Yeah, I do heavy equipment repair, truck repair,
Okay.
cars,
Okay,
and a lot of welding too, so
okay.
whatever walks in the door, I fix.
Don, could you refresh my memory as to the setback for a commercial property up to a residential property? Is that 50 feet?
That is correct.
So without a PUD changing the setbacks, if they had to adhere to the threshold standards, then that lot line for the left acreage would have to be moved about 35 feet in 35 feet to the left. Is that correct?
Say again now?
In order to meet a 50-foot threshold, if the PUD did not exist, then that line would have to be, instead of 15 feet from that building, it would have to be moved in farther unless they got rid of the building.
It would have to be 25 feet, commercial to commercial, or industrial to industrial, commercial to industrial. The setback is 25 feet. It's when you have commercial or industrial adjacent to residential, then it's a 50-foot setback, as well as a 50-foot setback from the highway. But these buildings are all existing from predating the land use code.
And as I understand, that works well until an applicant wants to change the use of the property and submits an application, and then the application submitted has to follow the standards. And I understand that the PUD is going to do that, but if the PUD wasn't there, then those standards would have to be met.
Correct.
Or a variance, right? Potential variance.
Yeah.
Just
But
to be understood, both of these lots will be
Commercial.
commercial,
Yeah.
because they're commercial operations.
Oh, so we're not gonna have commercial to residents, it's gonna be commercial.
no, these are heavy industrial, this is light industrial. These are both commercial, so it's all
That whole area is commercial.
part of the same. Yeah.
So what we're going to do is we're going to take a property that complies with the land use code, and we're going to turn it into two properties that don't comply with the land use code unless we edit it using a PUD. Because of
Complies with
because
the-
of setbacks.
No, this is a 20-foot setback currently, so it wouldn't comply with the land use code.
That's what I'm saying.
So, but the
It's already
the
out of
PUD parameters
But it's
are
grandfathered.
what they are proposing. It's a 15-foot setback for the interior property line and a 20-foot setback on the perimeter.
Yes.
I mean, this is compliant for being 3 acres, but everything down there was pretty much built predates the land use code, so they're really,
And it complied because of that.
that I don't know.
Because what you're saying is those were grandfathered in, so it complied. Am I misunderstanding?
It's grandfathered in with the current code. I have no idea what they had in the 70s.
Nothing,
Nothing apparently,
nothing.
because the
It
land
all-
use code began in 1998, correct?
Correct.
So what I've heard the applicants say is they're planning to get rid of the home that's on the, right up against the boundary, right there.
Single wide.
And the other building is just a lean-to, and it's not gonna be any trouble if they're asked to move that.
Correct.
Or even if they, cut off the end so it matched, or whatever it takes to meet the code. It sounds like they're willing to do that.
Correct. From
Am
what
I
Richard says.
understanding correctly?
Yes, that's true. Yeah, if we don't have to tear it down, it would be nice, but if we have to, that's no big deal either. We'll comply with the code that we're stipulated with.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, then we will bring it to public comment. Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the commission. If we don't have anything else, then I will entertain a motion.
I can make a motion to recommend to the Board of County Commissioners to approve a proposed subdivision amendment application for a proposed commercial plan unit development to Lot 31 of the Blue Door subdivision submitted by Kenneth Hinton, agent Richard O'Brien, based on the following. The proposed use is in conformity with the code. The proposed use shall not generate any significant adverse impacts on other property in the area, and public utilities and services are available or can be made available to support uses with the proposed zoning, and I have no conditions.
Any other conditions? Okay. Anybody want a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Commissioner Niergaard? Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, then I will call a vote.
Commissioner Farian,
Aye.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Aye.
Commissioner Saunders,
Aye.
Commissioner Lynch,
Nay.
Commissioner Niergaard.
Aye.
Okay. Motion was carried. Vote was 4-1. Good luck.
Thank you.
Oops, didn't need that. Oops. Non-opposition letters. All the neighbors have a
Okay,
problem.
can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Farian,
Here.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Here?
Commissioner Saunders,
Here.
Commissioner Lynch,
Here.
Commissioner Niergaard.
Yes.
Okay, number 4, notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Planning and Zoning Commission will hold a public hearing for the purpose of reviewing and determining recommendations to be made to the Board of County Commissioners regarding a 4-lot moderate subdivision and rezoning application submitted by Triple S Farms LLC, agent Ernie Manus, on property located at 26960 Road N, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 13 acres more or less, located south of Road N, west of Highway 145, situated in Section 12, Township 36 North, Range 16 West, New Mexico Prime Meridian. This is a public hearing. Was the public notice published?
Yes, sir?
Was evidence of letters to the adjoining neighbors and mineral owners submitted?
Yes, sir?
And was the sign posted?
Yes, sir?
Okay. Is Ernie here? There he is.
Yep, there he is.
Come on down. Okay. Jane, can we have planning department findings, please?
Sure. The applicant proposes to create a 4-lot moderate subdivision consisting of 3 more or less acres each. The surrounding properties consist of residential, large and small agricultural uses. The access driveways will be off of Road N. And all the utility infrastructures, entities said that they would have no problem servicing that area. And that's basically it.
Okay. Ernie, do you have anything else to add?
No, I think that's clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, planning commission discussion.
Lot 1, Lot 2, Lot 3 will have access off of N. How about 4?
Lot 4 will use the access easement as shown in here by the shaded area on the survey map. And it will culminate in a cul-de-sac and turn
45-foot
around.
access easement dedicated to get into the circle. Okay, got it. I didn't see that.
It's an access gate.
Okay.
And Ernie, last time this was proposed, there was a 30-foot green belt right there. Is that still there?
No, the green belt has been removed.
Okay.
The green belt has been incorporated into the lots to make them 3 acres.
Gotcha. Okay.
With 45-foot easement.
any other discussion from the commission?
That easement, Ernie, is going to be for Lot 4 and the remaining parcel, then, correct? It touches the spray area, which is still in the remaining parcel, correct?
I don't want to call it remaining parcel, it'd be the ranch area.
The ranch area, yeah.
Yes.
So that easement does touch that. And
The easement,
the access easement to Lot 4. It forms a cul-de-sac there, or turnaround.
yes, it would touch that, but there's not, that cul-de-sac is not designed to access the remaining property.
Okay, it's not going to. So it's strictly
Right.
going to be for Lot 4, and,
We will access the remaining ranch property through the barn area, which is not part of the subdivision.
okay, I see, the 50-foot access and utility easement. Okay,
Yes.
I got it, okay. Two separate easements,
Yes.
gotcha. Okay.
All right, anything else?
Yeah, do one more. As James, did CDOT have any comment on the additional lots for
They
him?
just requested that Lot 4 not be accessed from the highway.
Okay,
So that is the reason why the easement in the cul-de-sac.
okay, they had nothing to say about Lot 1, 2, or 3?
No.
Okay.
All right, seeing no more discussion, we'll open it to public comment. If anybody would like to comment, please come forward. Please state your name and address before.
Hi, my name's Janice Moen. I'm 26965 Road Inn. I live across the street or north of this proposal. Have to state that Triple S Farms are great neighbors. They've been wonderful. But I do have a few things to point out. The first thing is the water availability. Now, I'm not buying the land, so I really don't have a question for myself personally, but if he's going to subdivide, I would think that there'd be utilities available. On the number 7, rural water, it mentions 2-inch line on Road N. That will not be available. So Montezuma Water Company, that line is maxed. And so they cannot access that 2-inch line. They would have to access the 3-inch line east of Highway 145. And the reason I know about that is because when we did our PUD, we were one of the last put on that 2-inch line. And the other alternative was that line would have to be turned into a larger line from the well to the road end or to the usage. And so that is like a huge expense. So just so people that would be buying this know they can't access that line. The other thing that I want to mention is, as a neighbor, I'm curious about the zoning of these properties. Are they going to be commercial, residential? So that's an interest to me. And then the last thing is they want to, on item 14, they want to waive the county weed part of their plan. And I know how important it is. Sure, you've got the grass, the hay, which kind of keeps the weeds away, but as soon as land is mowed down, moved to put a building up, you have a huge weed problem, and I know because we had it. And we've worked years and years to keep those weeds under control. So I think that they should not waive a weed plan for the existing owners or the new owners, whoever buys the land. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Varian, I can answer all those questions.
Perfect, please do, Jan.
The Montezuma Water Company did say that there is a 3-inch main line that is on the east side of Highway 145 that they would be able to use
Okay.
with no problem. Also, the county noxious weed manager recommended a waiver to a comprehensive weed plan. However, she did recommend that the property owners of the lots would be responsible for the management of the noxious weeds.
And the rezoning is AR 3 to
Rezoning
9.
would be 3 to 9.
AR 3 to 9.
Yeah.
No
And
commercial.
every subdivision is required to have a minimum of 8 covenants out of our land use code, and one of those is weed control. So the waiver now is they don't need a plan because they don't have a weed problem. Moving
the-
forward, the covenants of the subdivision for every lot is that they have to manage their weeds.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Any other comment?
My name is Ron Tucker. I live at 26641 County Road N. I live directly across from lot number 1. Yeah, there is a weed problem. Now, if these are individual lots with a single-use driveway for single-family homes, then fantastic. Last time they were in here, they was going to put a 48-foot road directly across from my house, which would change the lives of 5 different residencies right there. A multi-use road. If this is a single driveway, I got no problem. 3 acres, no problem. That's his prerogative. He doesn't need to take care of the weeds there. I'd much rather look at a house across the street from me than 3 acres of noxious weeds. And that's what's going on right now. So where is the driveway going to be? Is it a multi-use roadway again like they did last time? They kind of slipped it in last time, but y'all sent it to the commissioners and then he backed out. I want to know that there's not a 48-foot roadway directly across from my house, using my house for a light backstop. Nowhere in Montezuma County do I see where there's a multi-use roadway using someone's house for a light backstop. I mean, this is going to light my house up, light pollution, noise pollution for the rest of my life. My neighbors as well. They turn right, they're going to light Rance's house up. They turn left, they're going to light Rutledge's house up. And if this designed the way it was before, come around the backside of Smith's, for all these properties, it's going to light Addison's up. Smith's going to take it coming and going. So I need to know that this is a single-use driveway. I mean, there's already a field access right there, but anybody pulls in my driveway just lights the whole thing up. We live in the dark and the quiet out there. So none of us want to see light pollution, noise pollution, especially for the rest of our lives. And as he keeps developing this land for the people he works for, and which they're going to do. I mean, they started this 23 years ago when they put the infrastructure in along 145. There's a 6-inch water main there, and that's where they're going to get their water. The church put it in on an infrastructure grid. It goes in a block, down a block, in a block, down a block, and angles over to that Mormon church. So they're not going to go under the highway. They're going to tap into that 6-inch water to feed all these residents, and they're just going to continue to get more. So if this is a multi-use road coming out of this area across from my house, I have a real problem with it. I don't want to be lit up like a dance floor for the rest of my life. Neither do my neighbors. So they need to go ahead and give us some decent drawings that shows where the driveway is going to be. If it's a single-use driveway and a single-use residence, fantastic, more power to them. I mean, zoning is to help protect property owners, that's us, and their property values by keeping incompatible and unsuitable uses away from your property. Being lit up every night and every pre-dawn for the rest of my life is pretty unsuitable.
Sir, that's your 3. Thank you.
All right.
Are the commissioners clear on access gate entrance to Lot 1?
So that's where the driveway will be. It's a single lot.
There's, the driveway shows going to a single lot, and it doesn't show it going through the lot to serve anybody else, and it is labeled just a driveway.
Just a driveway, correct. Okay,
And that's on the plat, that's it.
thank you. Okay,
There are some letters that were dropped on our office. If
yeah, do we have
any
anybody else?
public comment people want to pass out those letters to the commissioners, you're more than welcome.
Anybody else have public comment? So you want me to pass those out? Is that what you're asking me to?
If you want to take a look at them, I can get them for you.
Okay.
Says the same thing.
Okay. Was that addressed?
No, she doesn't.
Okay. Hmm.
Connected land, so she's over here, doesn't touch property lines.
How does this apply? I mean, how do we,
Just like a public comment,
okay,
you can,
so it'll be posted to the,
it goes in their file.
okay, and which will be accessed by the minutes, right?
You can.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an attachment to the meeting minutes.
Okay,
Yeah, we put it in the electronic file.
okay. All right. If there's no other public comment, then we will bring it back to the commission. Okay, and any other discussion on the,
I'm almost done.
we'll give Commissioner Hernandez a minute here.
It looks like there's properties on the north side of the road there that are of similar size and use. Am I mistaken?
No, that's correct.
So across the road, you have Sparks Plumbing, it's own commercial. This
Quite a few.
is a PUD. There's like 7 rental structures.
Okay. Then I will entertain a motion.
I'll beat you, Hattie.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve to the County Board of Commissioners a 4-lot moderate subdivision and rezoning application submitted by Triple S Farms LLC, agent Ernie Manis, based on the following. The proposed use is in conformity with the code. The proposed use shall not generate any significant adverse impacts on other properties in the area and public utility services are available or can be made available to support consistent with the proposed zoning. Condition I have is that the covenants are going to be established, that there is notification that there is a county land use code in operation.
I'll second.
Any further discussion on the motion? No? Then we can call a vote, please.
Commissioner Farian,
Aye.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Aye.
Commissioner Saunders,
Aye.
Commissioner Lynch,
Aye.
Commissioner Neergard.
Okay, motion was carried, vote was unanimous. Good luck, Ernie.
Thank you, gentlemen and ma'am. To James.
Can I ask a question?
Um,
Here, Jennifer, earlier, is this a single-use driveway?
It is a single-use driveway. Yes. Okay, and Don, can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Farian,
Here.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Here?
Commissioner Saunders,
Here.
Commissioner Lynch,
Here.
Commissioner Neergard.
Here.
Okay, I need to recuse myself from number 5 due to relations. Oh, you guys are not number 5, sorry.
Not yet.
Due to family.
Okay.
So Commissioner Hernandez will take over.
Okay, moving on to number 5, can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Farian is recused. Commissioner Hernandez,
Here.
Commissioner Saunders,
Here.
Commissioner Lynch,
Here.
Commissioner Neergard.
Here.
Okay, notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Planning and Zoning Commission will hold a public hearing for the purpose of reviewing and determining recommendations to be made to the Board of County Commissioners regarding a proposed single-lot development AR 1034 rezoning application submitted by Ronnie and Rachel Hurst, property located at 29998 Highway 184, Dolores, Colorado, consisting of 17 acres more or less, located south of Highway 184, west of Road 30, situated in Section 21, Township 37 North, Range 15 West, New Mexico Prime Meridian. The public hearing was the public notice published.
Yes, sir?
Was evidence of letters to the adjoining neighbors and mineral owners submitted?
Yes, sir?
Was a sign posted?
Yes, sir?
Okay, Planning Department findings.
Mr. and Mrs. Hurst are proposing to create a single lot development. They had initially thought it was going to be 17 acres, but after it's been surveyed, it'll be 15, more or less. It'll still be a single lot development. The surrounding properties consist of agricultural, residential, historical, and industrial uses. The driveway access, there is one already there off of Road S.2, which they will be utilizing for this property. The utility companies have stated that there is adequate infrastructure that can be put in there. Montezuma Water Company is just up the highway a little bit, and they said that there is a 12-inch main line south of, on the south side of Highway 184 that they can tap into, which would be more than adequate.
Okay. Planning discussion. I have questions. The magenta line on the top with the black dots, what is that?
It's a power line.
Power line.
That's a power line?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a tri-state transmission line, okay?
Power line easement there,
And then-
pipeline easement through this corridor.
That's the gas, that's gonna be
Correct.
gas pipeline.
Three
Okay.
gas lines.
Okay. And the water, then it's gonna be coming from 184, so that means the property doesn't touch 184, so there's gonna have to be easements granted?
No,
184 is right at the corner.
there's already a 60-foot easement there.
It touches it?
Yep.
Okay, it does touch it.
Goes to the highway.
Okay.
Yep.
It's just the picture's not clear then.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, do we have public comment? Anyone? Please come to the podium, state your name. And address. And address.
Hi there. My name is Erin Atkinson, and I reside at 29750 Road S.2. You can see my property there in the corner of the proposed rezoned property. I just had a few questions. I'm not sure if this is the right time to bring them up, but this is the opportunity we have. So I noticed in the application, the first thing I noticed is it says no further development is currently planned. If that's the case, then why rezone? So I guess I'm trying to get an idea of just kind of what the overall plan for this property would be in the future. One of the reasons we purchased the property is obviously it's secluded and you can't see neighbors from there. Seeing 1 or 2 houses would be fine, but if it's going to be like 7 or 8 houses, that really changes the situation for us. So that's one thing. The other thing, the fire and weed plans are in process. I wondered when those might be available. So it just said that they were in process. The third point, storm drainage plan not required. There is a swale on the left side of our property that does drain kind of along that road there. Just wanted to make sure or get some clarification on if that drainage plan would affect our property. It says it's not required, but I just wanted to understand if development goes on that property, will it drain into ours? And then lastly is probably not having to do with this rezoning, but that S.2 road is a private road with easements. I'm unsure how the county and the private road situation interacts there, but would this development have any impact on S.2, which we own part of? And those were my questions. I don't know if y'all answer those or they just get entered into the public record, but also, hi, nice to meet you, new neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you. Don, can you answer some of those?
Yeah, the rezoning is because right now it's an A80 plus, so the 15-acre lot here in the on the east boundary will be rezoned to AR 10 to 34,
Okay.
agricultural residential. It can't be subdivided unless it goes through the process to be subdivided. So, like any other parcel in the county, it can have a maximum of 2 residences unless it gets permitted for something else or subdivided. But that all takes this process.
And in his application, he stated that there's going to be no further development. So we'll hold your feet to the fire on that one. The little triangle at the bottom, what's the acreage on that?
I'm not sure what that is.
Okay.
Part of the rest of what's left there.
Say again?
That little triangle down there, that's not a part of,
No.
right? That's
No.
out of the 15.
This piece?
So what is, do we have any idea what that acreage is?
No, but it's part of the whole rest.
Part of the whole, right. I mean, just,
It's probably 3 acres if these are 3 acres.
okay, so you think it's going to be at least 3 acres,
Probably.
which would be
3 to 5.
real susceptible to being the next lot, if there was one.
There's no.
Oh, I
Yeah,
got
that's
what
what I'm
you're
going,
saying.
that's where I'm going with this, yeah.
Okay.
Because
And also-
it's just hanging out there by
Yeah,
itself. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, right. It's roughly 3 acres because these
Okay.
are 3.
And I can answer the questions of the a fire plan and the weed mitigation.
Okay, thank you.
Wildfire Adapted Partnership has recommended that he does have a wildfire plan due to the presence of juniper and pinyon on the larger piece that could affect the 15-acre parcel. So Ronnie can get a hold of Wildfire Adaptive to get questions and information on what he needs to put in that fire mitigation plan. The county noxious weed manager recommended a waiver from a comprehensive weed plan due to the fact that that piece of property has absolutely no vegetation as far as weeds. But however, does recommend that the property owners be responsible for maintaining the noxious weed population.
Okay. Okay, one of the conditions that I think I want to see on this is that, being in the utility business, is that some letter, some form of written communication from both Tri-State and the gas company acknowledging that this now is a new separate parcel.
Those easements will have to
those
be
easements
on the
will-
plat, and they'll have to sign off on
They
it.
will be going, but the utility would like to see, and I'm speaking again from experience, that there's a new parcel that's been cut up. So that's,
So these easements will be on the plat, and the utility companies
oh,
have
okay,
to,
on the plat
have to
that's
sign the
gonna be created.
Mylar,
Okay, okay. Well, then,
acknowledging those easements.
okay, okay. I'm satisfied with that.
And as far as the fire mitigation plan, it's not to come in here and clear cut 30 acres, 50 acres. It's type 1, 2, and 3 fire mitigation, which mainly is along the roads and around residences, as any other
Okay.
residential property, but it mainly is gonna be this road and, I guess whatever else they deem necessary, but it's not the clear cut and wipe everything out operation and bring weeds in.
It's been
Okay.
fire mitigated before, so.
Okay. And I apologize, I jumped in too soon. Is there any other public comment? Okay, then we'll close that and then bring it back to us. Any other comments? Then I'll entertain a motion, which I know Haley will do.
Okay. I'll make a motion to recommend to the Board of County Commissioners to approve a proposed single lot development, an AR 3-9 rezoning application submitted by Roddy and Rachel Hurst based on the following. Is it supposed to be 3-9? I thought you said 10 to.
That should be AR 10 to 34.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay, redo. Make a motion to recommend to the Board of County Commissioners to approve a proposed single lot development and AR 10 to 34 rezoning application submitted by Ronnie and Rachel Hurst based on the following. The proposed use is in conformity with code. The proposed use shall not generate any significant adverse impacts on other property in the area, and public utilities and services are available or can be made available to support uses consistent with the proposed zoning, and I have no conditions.
I'll second.
Okay, was seconded by Commissioner Niergaard. Call for the vote.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Aye.
Commissioner Saunders,
Aye.
Commissioner Lynch,
Aye.
Commissioner Niergaard.
Aye.
Motion was passed unanimously. Thank you. Good luck. How'd I do, boss?
Right. Okay. Don, can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Farian,
Here.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Here.
Commissioner Saunders,
Here.
Commissioner Lynch,
Here.
Commissioner Niergaard.
Here.
All right. Number 6, notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Planning and Zoning Commission will hold a public hearing for the purpose of reviewing and determining recommendations to be made to the Board of County Commissioners regarding a proposed single lot development and rezoning application submitted by Jason and Ashley Merritt on property located at 15518 Road 20, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 3.63 acres, more or less, located south of Road S, east of Road 20, situated in Section 25, Township 37 North, Range 17 West, New Mexico Prime Meridian. This is a public hearing. Was a public notice published?
Yes, sir?
Was evidence of letters to the adjoining neighbors and mineral owners submitted?
Yes, sir?
And was the sign posted?
Yes, sir?
Hello.
Hello?
All right. Jane, can we have department findings, please?
Sure. The applicants propose to create a single lot development consisting of one 3.5 acre parcel, more or less. The surrounding properties are agricultural and residential in uses. And there is already a driveway for the existing residents, and any new driveway access will be required to be permitted through the county road department. The utility infrastructure companies have stated that there is already a residence on the property, and so the utilities would not be a problem to further put a house on that property.
Okay. It does look like is there a road on that 3 acre piece? Access there?
There's an access, there's an original farm access right there.
Okay.
They would have to upgrade it.
And,
They'd have to upgrade it. Okay.
yep, which it has been, and approved by.
It's already been
driveway
permitted?
access. It's already permitted.
Okay.
And Wildfire Adaptive Partnership has recommended a waiver for a comprehensive wildfire mitigation plan due to the lack of trees and shrubs, and it is agricultural irrigated property, so they recommend that. And the county weed manager has also recommended a waiver to a comprehensive plan due to the fact that it is agricultural, and but the property owners would be responsible for maintaining the weed population.
Okay, thank you. We'll bring it to the commission. Are you intending to sell that 3 acres?
So it's actually my parents'.
Oh, okay.
So it's already pretty much, yeah, in the
Staying in the
works.
family.
Yeah, so it's staying in the family. So that's been in our family since the 70s, and this is just as they're getting older, so we can take care of them a lot more efficiently. And yeah, so we already have a house going up there.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
That structure has water already?
yeah, it does.
Okay.
Any other discussion from the commissioners? No? Okay, then we'll open it to public comment. Okay, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the commission. And we can can entertain a motion. Getting ahead of myself here.
I'll make a motion to the commissioners to approve the proposed single lot development and rezoning application submitted by Jason and Ashley Merritt based on the following. Proposed use is in conformity with the code. The proposed use shall not generate any significant adverse impacts on other property in the area, and public utilities and services are available or can be made available to support uses consistent with the proposed zoning, and no conditions.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Saunders seconds. No further discussion. We'll go ahead and call a vote.
Commissioner Farian,
Aye.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Aye.
Commissioner Saunders,
Aye.
Commissioner Lynch,
Aye.
Commissioner Neergard.
Aye.
Okay, motion was carried, vote was unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. Let's move on to number 7. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma.
I gotta do roll call first.
Oh, yeah. Man, I'm just
Commissioner
jumping the
Farian,
gun right here. Roll call.
Commissioner Farian,
Here.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Here.
Commissioner Saunders,
Here.
Commissioner Lynch,
Here.
Commissioner Neergard.
Here.
Okay. Now number 7.
Anticipation.
Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Planning and Zoning Commission will hold a public hearing for the purpose of reviewing and determining recommendations to be made to the Board of County Commissioners regarding a proposed high-impact / special use permit application submitted by Silvina Carino Moore and Jeremy Moore on property located at 7134 Road 41, Mancos, Colorado, consisting of 3.71 acres, more or less, located south of Highway 160, east of Road 41, situated in Section 4, Township 35 North, Range 13 West, New Mexico, prime meridian. This is a public notice. This is public hearing. Was the public notice published?
Yes, sir?
Was evidence of the letters to the adjoining neighbors and mineral owners submitted?
Yes, sir?
And was the sign posted?
Yes, sir?
Okay. Guys, come ahead.
Hi. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, Jane, can we please have planning department findings?
Sure. Hold on here. Let me get myself organized here. The applicants are coming back before you to include the special use permit that was not voted on last time. So that is the purpose of them being here.
Okay. And why was it not voted on last time? Was it not included?
Because it was not included
On,
the application
okay. So that
and the
was,
public notice.
okay. So nothing is changing with the application outside of adding the special use permit. Is that correct?
No, there's a bit of verbiage that it's changed, but for the most part, it's the same application.
The bolded is what's changed?
No, that's just
Okay.
how this comes out.
Okay.
It's in the packet as part of the application. So yeah, previously the application was a high impact permit, special use permit, but only the high impact permit was discussed and voted on and in the agenda packet. So rather than trying to do a special use permit standalone now and have it catch up to a high impact permit, since they're coming back through P&Z, it's best just to do it all as one application with this information for your review.
And so just the special use permit was not included in the application. It wasn't a fact of.
It was in the application, but it was not in the public notice or on the worksheet to be voted on.
Gotcha. Okay. And they have to go hand in hand, the high impact and the special use permit.
Correct. Yeah, the special use permit is for the retreat wedding venue operation, with the high impact permit for the possible exceedance of the 15 vehicle round trips traffic. They have mitigated that, as they'll explain, with the van transfers. But that's basically it, the high impact permit, special use permit.
Okay. Do you guys have anything you want to add?
Well, we could go ahead and give the presentation if you guys want us to. I feel 3 of you were here and voted on it last time, and I don't know if the other 2 of you were able to see that presentation on YouTube or not. Ms. Sanders, were you able to see the?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I guess if you guys feel like you're caught up on it and you watched the video, then I don't think that we feel like we need to present anything. It's pretty much the same presentation.
Yeah, we're happy to answer any questions for clarity.
Would the commission like to see the PowerPoint, or?
To me, if it's the same one.
You had said verbiage had changed. Can you highlight on that?
Yeah, there's a few things that we just kind of changed on the application or on the presentation just to make it a little bit better.
Let's go over those at least.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
Sure. Let's see. So one of the things I kind of wanted to talk about was the rural character of that's referred to in the land use code.
Slide 24.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's slide 24.
I don't have a number.
We might be jumping around because we're tagging on
Gotcha.
slides.
Okay.
So understandably, one of the main purposes of the land use code is to protect what's referred to as the rural character of the county. But the code isn't exactly prescriptive. In fact, it's meant to be subjective so that applicants can be considered on a case-by-case basis. Nonetheless, the special use permit section of the code has a specific purpose, and it's not just some sort of loophole with the code. It's meant to allow what it calls sufficient flexibility. And so the types of retreat centers like ours don't really get much mention in the land use code other than being listed as a category under the special use permit section. But the point is that they're not like other commercial operations. They're not like a big housing development or a warehouse with big trucks going up and down the road, or an RV park or a lumber yard or a gas station. The difference between us and those types of operations is that they are listed under commercial zoning and we're not. Therefore, they're required to be within a commercially zoned area, and like it or not, the purpose of the special use permit is meant to allow exceptions for unique situations such as ours that do fit within agriculturally zoned areas. Because if we're going to talk about what does or doesn't belong in Weber Canyon, I think it's fair to say that operations like ours have existed here since more than 100 years ago, just like the original Weber Hall, not more than 50 yards away from us, which was used for weddings and other events for generations before the land use code was ever even written. It's just a barn where we live on site on a county road that fits right into the area, and we just want to use the barn 10% of the time to host small events that have a rural experience, which you can't find that experience inside the business district. It has to be in an agricultural pastoral setting because that's the appeal.
Are you done with it? Yeah. Okay. The only thing I wanted to add, because I don't think it was clear before, we lived there and we renovated the space ourselves. So nobody cares more about the property and like the peacefulness of the canyon than us. And if it ever like violates the rural character, that defeats the point of the wedding venue or the retreat center. Totally defeats the point, and we failed. Well, I think to close it out, like on slide 27, sorry to make you jump around. I just want to conclude with this slide. It has excerpts from our supporters. Since we've asked them to come out for June and July, we did not specifically ask them to read letters today because we appreciate your time. A lot of you have heard this before. So I'm just wanting to leave the excerpts up there in case you forget that we have supporters. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Planning discussion.
I've got some comments I'd like to make.
Go right ahead.
So in the land use code part 3102 that covers special use permit, I'd like to read some of it. It starts out, purposes and objectives to allow sufficient flexibility for special uses that may include any or all of the following uses listed below: temporary or interim uses created by nature or permitted by law or regulation that have a potentially greater impact than uses by right, or are of unusual circumstance such that said use can be accommodated without the possible detrimental long-term effects that a change to commercial or industrial zoning could have on the neighborhood. Judicial authority for such is the case of Hudspeth versus Board, and it talks about that case. Then Part A, said special uses must meet the requirements of Chapter 2 of this code, and it goes in through some things that it cannot, such use does not do several things. And another part I want to read is Part B. Said special uses include the following and similar uses. 1, commercial or industrial agribusiness as defined in 3106.1 C and D. 2, water systems. 3, sewage systems. 4, public or private utility facilities. 5, oil, gas, or CO2 drilling and production wells. 6, pipelines. 7, power lines. 8, seismograph testing for natural resources. 9, gravel mining and crushing operations. 10, mobile asphalt plants to date certain. 11, concrete batch plants to date certain. 12, communication towers. 13, special events including, but not limited to, outdoor music concerts, motorcycle rallies, off-highway vehicle events, and similar events. Number 14, retreat/guest ranch. I'm not going to read the rest. I just wanted to comment that in the beginning it talks about this special permit, special use permit being used to accommodate with the possible detrimental long-term effects that a change to commercial or industrial zoning could have on the neighborhood. Well, basically you've got a business use that is multi-monthly. It's not just once a month, it's multi times per month. And that appears to me as a commercial operation. And so, in my opinion, approving these permits is basically going to enable a commercial enterprise without the trouble of having to get rezoned commercial in a substantially agricultural area. Those are my concerns.
And that's what this is that allows that use per the land use code for a retreat. So the similar uses, obviously, these are all heavy utilities, high impact stuff. But so this is down here is a similar use or the same use, retreat, guest ranch. Obviously, this isn't a true guest ranch, but as a retreat, business meetings, wedding venue, it falls under that. And
in the original application, the first time they came to us, it was proposed to change to a commercial rezoning. That can't be necessarily revoked because of an infraction at the, whereas this is a high impact and a special use permit. So if they don't live up to the standards that they have prepared for everybody and are then subsequently turned in, and then the high impact and the special use permit can be revoked at that time. Whereas, as opposed to just rezoning something commercial, which opens the door to other things being commercial in that area. I believe that's why this was proposed in this manner. Is that correct, Don?
correct. And also the original application, they had adding a whole nother, an A-frame residence. They had other amenities that have been removed from the operation. Also, if you'll notice, conditional uses for AR 3 to 9 property, or 3 to 9 zoning is special use permit to allow for the retreat under the zoning code.
And one of the things that was stated last time is that you are residents of the property. Yeah, okay, and you still will be. Okay.
And I think one of the conditions last time was talked about is putting up a sign, right? Is that correct?
Oh, the road sign.
The road sign, yeah.
Yeah, we didn't see that. So that was, I was going to bring that up. You are. On the northbound lane, okay, for the event.
Okay.
And the, being owners, are you gonna be the monitors and security, or are you gonna have a separate company doing
Both.
that?
I mean, we're gonna start out, building our business plan with us there, monitoring everything. And then, I mean, we're always gonna be there. It's our primary residence, so, if we can get it to a place where we feel comfortable, where somebody else could run it, I
Okay.
mean, we're always gonna be there to monitor it, though. It's our business.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else from the commission? No. Okay. Then we will open it to public comment.
At 3 minutes.
3 minutes. And I'll raise my hand, and you'll know that's your 3 minutes, okay? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Renee Fagenbaum. I own a 10-acre farm on 41269 Road G, about 1,800 feet from the proposed wedding venue site, which is a commercial business, with my husband. We met in Mancos, both leaving big cities and seeking the mountains, rural living, and our passions for agriculture. We raise Navajo Churro sheep, egg layers, and meat birds. The Mancos Valley is where we have chosen to share our lives and raise a family. I have strong passion for agriculture, and I strongly disagree with commercial businesses operating in agricultural zones, changing the cultural landscape and essentially rezoning under the pretense of a high-impact permit. I want to add my own personal experience regarding the impact of noise in this valley. From my orchard, my neighbor Mike can hear normal conversations clearly from 800 feet due to the slope. He once even chimed in via text back to us as a joke. Conversely, I can hear him and his partner Mindy throughout the day as they discuss farm business. I also hear the construction workers as far as the next property past Mike. My husband and I are in a band and often practice in our orchard. Many neighbors who enjoy our music will purposely sit outside to listen anywhere from 300 to 900 feet. I can also hear music from Cottonwood Park in town when there are shows there. When Scott and Margaret had their wedding up the road, we heard music and chatter all night. Though knowing that those events were either one time a year or a personal event, I was fine with that. I do have objections to 2 weddings a week for 6 months of the year. My point is that a decibel meter reading does not adequately describe how sound travels in this valley. The sound tests the applicants had done also did not include people in those sound tests in an actual event. People outside going in and out, or using the porta potties, or talking or laughing, or cars coming up the road. During an actual summer event, this test does not mitigate sound in any way or how the neighborhood will be impacted. The bottom line, the sound travels, and no matter how strict a contract is to keep people inside at wedding events, people are hard to control, especially if there's drinking. And if there's a shuttle, does everybody have to leave at the same time from the event as well? Which I feel is pretty unrealistic. I've never been at a wedding where everyone had to show up and leave at the exact same time. So will people take their own liberties? Will people be walking down the road? Will people be driving? These are all questions I have. I can also see and hear all cars from Road 41 from my front door. The concern of noise is a serious threat to the peaceful way of life many families have sought in this valley. There's 133 signatures just in this valley, I believe, for the petition. Ask yourself, is passing this permit to benefit one property worth compromising the mental health and well-being for an entire agricultural community? Is it worth the impact? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Should I give you a minute?
Just go for it.
Oh, okay. So, hi, my name is Jessica McIntyre. I moved to Weber Canyon. I think it's obvious, to raise our family there. We have an orchard. We like the rural area. Oh, it's 7294 Road 41 in Mancos, Colorado 810. What I've provided to you here is a packet of information that will help you take the time to look at. It includes combined petitions to preserve a rural way of living and not allow the precedence of a high-impact commercial event business to operate on an ag res zone property and threaten our way of living, and doing it under a high-impact permit and a special use permit. On the top, you'll see a map. That's a visual of the signatures that we got on 2 petitions. 407 people signed the petition in Montezuma County. 58 people signed the petition on Road 41, 32 on Road G, 43 on Roads H25, and 40.5, which is off of H. That's a total of 133 residents or households. I guess it's residents in Weber area, in the Weber Canyon area that would feel the impact of the commercial event venue that is on a small property. There's also a folder I gave to Ms. Jane Duncan that includes all of the signatures and the data. I just brought one, and I can give you a digital copy because it's a lot. I also provided pictures from our property that will show how close our property is in proximity to the building that they live in, which is a house built in 2018. And their driveway runs along our property, and you can see how we actually see their house very well. And I have some descriptions in there. Also, the Weber Canyon is a residential area with residential homes and small farms and small farms and ranches that are residences also. So this is a big change to bring a commercial business in where people live. Mr. Moore mentioned that people want to go to a place like this for the rural feel, and it has to be in a place like this, but it doesn't have to be on a piece of property that's only 3.71 acres and has a high impact on the neighbors. Not just the vehicle round trips being exceeded, but the amount of people that we will see and hear regularly where we live. And that's all. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Carolyn Witt, 1181 East Montezuma. I also am coming to represent the Weber Cemetery, Inc., which adjoins this property to the south. I speak from various positions. I'm a homeowner within the county. I'm a realtor by trade, and I also am a member of the Weber Cemetery Board. Next to this property, as Jessica mentioned, this property being 3.71 acres next to a cemetery on a 2-lane road in a dip direction where you turn off and have blind spots is not the location for this type of a property. I'm not against the property ideal, but it's not this location. We would have a conflict, and I've written a letter regarding this, a conflict with what happens if we need to use the cemetery. It is an active cemetery. There are over 200 plots, the majority of those having been sold already. And so what happens if somebody calls us as a board to say, I need to arrange to have a funeral? Do we need to then arrange with them to make sure they don't have a wedding? Because now we're impacting not only the round trips, but a slew of people trying to come honor their family member or loved one. And then what about those who come to visit that location to have that serenity and an opportunity to honor their loved one, listening to music next door, having to deal with the traffic that is there. It was shown a picture of the Weber Hall. It is a historical location. It was not necessarily a hall for dancing, a hall for music and drinking and weddings. That was a church. That was a location for the early members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Their church was built there before being moved into the town of Mancos. So the location where the cemetery is very sacred to those members who have family members buried there, those of us who want to be buried there at some point, and so forth. This, again, not the location for this type of a business. It causes too much conflict, obviously. Lots of members or lots of people who live right next door to it don't want it. Not because of the business, because it's not the right location in our county. So to create this as a foundational decision will affect other areas of the county that may not want this either. Listen to the people who live there. They know what they see every day. The other thing too is we just had the commissioners object to a campground being put at Phil's World. I'll wrap it up. For these very reasons that they are not meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Board. My name is Clara Martinez. I live at 7340 Road 41, 2 driveways north of the proposed venue. To be clear, Weber Hall historically was affiliated with the Church of Latter-day Saints, nonprofit organization. This proposal is a for-profit commercial. The numbers of folks that will be utilizing it, as in the permit, 60 people twice a weekend, 4 weekends a month for 5 months, is 2,400 people, not including support people. Add 2 weekday events all year round, which is all year round commercial, and that's another 6,240 people, not including support people. A lowball support people number is 570. In effect, we are looking at a low minimal figure, 9,210 people coming up and down the road, and it's a commercial business de facto for how we're going to have to live it, regardless of what the words say. We will be living this, and I would like to oppose this permit because I don't believe it's congruent with our neighborhood and way of life or appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Gloria Decker. I live at 24 Texas Street, Cortez. I'm a descendant of many of the people that are buried in that cemetery. So it's an emotional thing to me. But I was offended when I saw that picture of the Weber Hall, having them juxtapose it with their commercial business, as though a religious building 100 years ago had anything to do with the venue that they're proposing. The place that they enter from is in a big dip, and that dip is right where it goes up to their property. That dip is a dangerous area in any circumstance, especially in the winter. And if this is something that's available year-round, it can be a danger that we should really consider avoiding. How are you going to control funerals, which also take place on weekends quite often, Fridays, Saturdays? They're proposing to be allowed the hours between 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Does that regulate the people involved with funerals there at the cemetery? That doesn't seem adequately fair to me when you consider that. Now, apparently these people have made a proposal before they even got permission from the Planning and Zoning Commission, as other people have already gone through that process and been denied allowance, and yet these people kind of jumped ahead with their proposal and yet you're considering allowing it when other people have gone the right direction to get their proposals in place. I just want to state that I'm not personally very comfortable with this, and as a county, I think it would be ultimately a detriment to those people in the county who participate, whether it's homeowners, people who want to visit the cemetery, whatever it is. And I hope that you consider that very seriously.
Thank you.
My name is Marcia Goodwin. I live at 8966 Road 41, Mancos, Colorado, and I am honored to read a letter written by Scott Midgley and Christine Schwank of 8370 Road 41, Mancos, Colorado. Mr. Haley and members of the commission. In our view, the subject application for both the high impact use permit and the special use permit to operate a commercial wedding and event venue is nothing more than a thinly disguised attempt to pursue a spot commercial zoning designation for authorization to conduct a full-scale commercial enterprise that otherwise is not permitted and should not be permitted in the subject location given its current zoning designation. Pursuit of both the proposed high-impact use permit and the special use permit simply is an attempt to skirt the Montezuma County Land Use Code and Colorado Code to obtain the necessary approval to operate a commercial business within the current residential agribusiness zoning designation of the lands located in the Weber Canyon area. The high-impact use permit, as defined and described in the Land Use Code, never was intended to provide a blanket authorization to conduct a continuing stream of multiple events, commercial or otherwise. Rather, it was intended solely as a process to apply for and obtain approval to conduct a single high-impact event. The approval of this proposed high-impact permit to conduct multiple commercial events on an ongoing basis will have long-standing negative impacts on those of the Weber Canyon residents who operate farms, ranches, and related agribusinesses, and who otherwise enjoy the peaceful and rural way of life of the Weber Canyon area. Furthermore, the proposed use of the subject property is not included within the list of allowed special uses as described and provided in Section 3102 of the Code. Subsection 3102B provides a definitive, specific, and limited list of the special uses for which a special use permit might be considered. The proposed use described in the subject special use permit application submitted by the applicants is not even remotely related or similar to any of the 14 categories of special uses described in Section 3102B of the Code, largely because of the ongoing nature of the proposed commercial use. The special events described in Section 3102B-13, for which a special use permit may be issued, describes a special, single, discrete event. It does not describe or include a special event, the operation of a commercial enterprise whose purpose is to conduct a continual and ongoing stream of weddings and other social events, none of which are related to any agricultural business or use. We firmly believe, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
For your time.
Good evening. My name is Craig McClure, 6554 Road 41. I've been here before. I don't want to waste your time, but I think it's important that you see how important this is to the people in the area coming back to speak again. I'm here to speak on traffic, but I do want to bring up something that just popped up. My interpretation of a retreat or guest ranch would be something that had on-site lodging. That's a guest ranch. This is not a property of on-site lodging. This is designed for people to come in and out for each event. It seems like a different use. As for traffic, the projections and expectations are not in alignment with reality. The excess traffic will pose a hazard. The suggestion that the Moores put up their own signage telling neighbors to beware of event traffic recognizes the adverse impact and is not an acceptable solution. I'd also even ask, is it legal? Can a private residence put their own signage on the highway on a repeated basis to direct or control traffic? Just on the way here tonight, I was following Cindy Gray out of the canyon. We came around the top of the hill at the cemetery, And we had to go head-to-head and stop with farm traffic coming up the hill because the high school cross-country team was training on that road. So just in that turn today, without a wedding, we had a hazard just from road traffic alone. That road is narrow, shoulderless, and has blind turns. It's used by, as I said, the cross-country team, the track team, cyclists, walkers, and the movement of livestock. It's not an unused road. Traffic for a wedding will include large service vehicles for sanitation. The plan is to use temporary sanitation, which requires large trucks to service, day of, before, and day after. Large vehicles for rentals and deliveries, likely including increased UPS and FedEx traffic for deliveries for events. The florist, event setup, the photographer, the efficient catering staff and their vehicles and equipment, bartending staff and their vehicles and equipment, family, elderly, those that are unable to ride a shuttle. What about people who arrive early or arrive late, or people that need to leave early? No wedding of 60 people has everyone arrive at the same time and leave at the same time. It's unrealistic. The proposed van trips, traffic inherent to people just living on the property, that also should be counted. And day after pickup and sanitation, rentals, and all that stuff. It's an ongoing traffic issue. As I understand it, the onus for enforcement falls on the neighbors. If this is approved, we're the ones who need to keep track and make sure they're meeting the standards, which means we are going to have to count. We're going to have to sit on the road during events, days of events, with a clicker and count traffic. We are confident they cannot meet the standard here for traffic. It's going to create an increased hazard and certainly an impact on our way of life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. My name is Elliot McClure. I am 10 years old and I live at 6554 Road 41. If Weber Hall becomes a thing, my brother, my friends, and I would not be able to walk or ride our bikes safely along this road. And it's not only kids, adults too, sometimes with dogs. And one of the reasons we moved here was because of little traffic. I also loved how quiet the roads were at night. And with all the lights, we won't be able to see the stars. Last but not least, if this happens, more things like Weber Hall will pop up everywhere, and before we know it, all of these opportunities will disappear. This is why I think this should not happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mike Nolan. I live at 41095 County Road G, about 2,000 feet away from the property. I'm sorry that I'm here again, in all honesty. I'm glad folks clarified this Weber Hall thing. I honestly find it disingenuous to continuously, repeatedly call this Weber Hall. I find it gross. I agree with your points, Commissioner Lynch, about, this is going to be detrimental and have long-term negative effects to everyone around here, between noise, light pollution, all that. I run a 7-acre vegetable operation there, and I volunteer all too much on everything from Conservation District to the Weber Ditch Company to a whole bunch of other things, Makes Valley Farmers Market. Pretty plugged into the community. I have not met a single person besides a handful, 5 or 6, that are in support of this in the valley. And just the sheer irony of wanting to celebrate, as Mancos says, where the West still lives, while at the same time basically absolutely destroying it. Basically utilizing the quietness, utilizing all that stuff in order to profit of it and basically destroy it in the meantime. I work about 12 to 14 hours a day for about 6, 7 months of the year on my farm. I like to come inside. I'm exhausted, and I like the peace and quiet. I need the peace and quiet. Sure, Scotty Cox may be running his tractor late. Somebody else might be doing something else. But that's why I moved there. I moved here for a multitude of reasons. A lot of it was the serenity, and 10 years ago it was the affordability, which is no really longer there. But I just find this whole concept of basically wanting to celebrate the same thing that you want to destroy in the meantime. Whether they think they're going to want to destroy it or not, they will, if this actually goes through in the manner that it's proposed. The other thing, too, is that the precedent on this. The precedent is incredible. To have this much opposition, this many signatures, to basically have the third go around on this. Basically, it shows me that all I need is a nice PowerPoint and tell you I'm going to do these things, and I can basically do whatever I want, even if almost all my neighbors oppose it, all the way down 41 and down G. There are multiple instances of this throughout the state of Colorado where this whole using these high-impact special use permits instead of commercial rezoning, because spot zoning is illegal within the state of Colorado, there are multiple lawsuits up in San Miguel County, up on the Front Range, about this, about these things getting approved, and then the county having to deal with a lawsuit. I'm not saying that anything's going to happen on that from our end to this county, but the thing is just be wary of that. This is basically commercial zoning under the guise of a high-impact permit and a special use permit. And I find it to set a precedent that if this passes, that almost any other company or organization can set up because they got it. So I'm standing here in opposition for it because I want to live there for the rest of my life. I like my peace and quiet. I get along near on every neighbor down 41 and G. I want to continue that. Like, I really am opposed to this, and I need this to end for my mental health.
Hi, I'm Nate McIntyre. I live at 7294 Road 41, next to the proposed development to the north and to the west. I live there with my wife Jessica, who you heard from before, and our 3 kids who attend Mancos preschool and elementary school. We moved into the Weber Valley in 2019. We came here to get away from the noise, crime, and schools in the city, to live in a beautiful, peaceful setting, and to restore the old apple orchard on our property. Since moving here, we've come to appreciate this area for a whole new set of reasons, including being part of an amazing community, some of whom you're seeing tonight, centered around rural living, agriculture, family, and wonderful people who value many of the same things that we do. We've invested substantial amounts of our time and money into our property and our orchard. It's a labor of love, but we intend to expand our farm and orchard. We've been working to bring back old trees, back to health, plant new trees, make our irrigation systems more efficient, and to incorporate livestock into our operation. Our property is an active, albeit small, agricultural business that will expand in the years to come. Like many agriculture practitioners, we cannot live off of the income from our farm. I work Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, as does my wife, who works at the Mancos Elementary School. That leaves weekends and evenings for us to work on our property. A typical day of farm work for us might involve weed whacking ditches, chipping wood, chainsawing, logs, and other activities that are simply not compatible with a wedding that's 60 feet away. Furthermore, it's demotivating to know that our hard work and monetary investment, property value, safety, and quality of life is subsidizing a commercial business that has no place in an ag residential neighborhood. The applicants have already complained to neighbors about barking livestock dogs, and once they operate a commercial business, I expect that they will be even less tolerant of the types of activities that have been going on in the Weber Valley for over 100 years. The proposed mitigations are not adequate to protect my family's safety, our property values, or our quality of life, and do not sufficiently take into account our current and planned expansion of our agricultural uses, which are uses by right according to our zoning and to the land use code. Approving this HIP will set a precedent that commercial development is prioritized ahead of agricultural development and residential development in Montezuma County, a county that's been known for its commitment to protecting its agricultural heritage, economy, and culture, and that's reflected in the land use code. Ag res zone property in an active ag area is appropriate for agricultural and residential development and should favor those types of development over commercial development. It's for these reasons that I asked for you to deny HIP 6 2022, and thank you, and I appreciate your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Mr. McIntyre, do you want to hand out your paperwork?
Sure.
Thank you.
Hi, all. Sorry, I'm having a little bit of allergy issues, and I'm afraid you may hear a little bit of repetition from me saying some of the same things that multiple people have said. My name is Cindy Gray, and I live at 6931 Road 41. It is the old Decker place, one of the earliest orchards in Montezuma County. And I run it now with my partner, Tom Hale, and I've been there since 1976, and I absolutely love it. I have worked all over the United States, but I always come home to Weber Canyon. As they are saying, this is a culture. This is a precious culture that is rapidly disappearing in so many other areas of the country. And as you noted, this is not consistent with the kind of lifestyle that we have down there, that so many of us have down there. I interpret the high impact permit and the special use permit as another workaround to try and avoid getting a commercial rezone. And in Colorado, as you well know, spot zoning is not legal, and this would be essentially spot zoning. We have quite a community down there. These people could be part of that community, but not with this kind of use of our area. How do I want to put this? It is a very special place. Weber Canyon is a very special place. Weber Hall was a very special place. Mine was one of the original homesteads, a Decker homestead. And I sympathize with the people who have come to speak regarding the cemetery, because this is totally not appropriate to be located next to a cemetery that has been there for 100 years, more than 100 years. And I have friends up there, buried up there. I think this is wrong. So I beg you, please reconsider this. This is my third trip to do this. I don't want to keep spending time doing this, saying the same thing. So land use code, it does not say that you can do this kind of a permit and do continued events on and on and on and on. That's not what that's for. That's for special events. Maybe these are special to some people when they get married there. That's fine. But this is not special to all of us. So thank you for your consideration. And I beg you, please do not pass this up to the commissioners, because we'll just have to do it again. And that'll be the second time. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
I'm John Davis. I live at 7031 Road 41, Mancos. I own the property at 7031 Road 41. I share a property boundary with 7134 Road 41. Because of that, I received the registered letters of notification regarding the HIP applications. I now have received 3 letters since the beginning of this ordeal last year on November 10th, 2022. Other than the change from wanting to rezone to commercial property and the change from Prickly Mesa to Weber Hall and then back to Prickly Mesa, not much has changed on the applications. I mention this because of a couple of boxes that keep getting checked meets on the application's threshold standards. Excuse me, line 6, livestock fencing, threshold, supposed to protect from livestock encroachment. Applicant's response meets barbed wire fencing in place currently. Unfortunately, that statement is untrue, as almost all of the fence between 7034 and Weber Cemetery on the south side and Robert Shepard property 7020 Road 41 on their east side is either partly down, completely down, or non-existent. 2 photos show this situation between 7134 and the cemetery property. Also, line 16 fire and wildfire protection, and line 17, law enforcement and emergency service, is also an issue. Someone inspected the property and found it compliant for wildfire mitigation, but what about a house fire, or a vehicle fire, or a medical emergency? According to the Mancos Fire Chief, 7134 has never contacted local fire department regarding emergency vehicle accessibility during venue events, or any time for that matter. How can P&Z allow the HIP to pass with these errors on the current application until these issues are, and possibly other lines incorrectly answered, are corrected? How can it even go to the county commissioners? Also, the fact that the applicants have reduced their footprint on my letter for events down to 0.71 acre is ridiculous, considering their 120 people per weekend expectation has not changed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lacey Moore. I live at 44406 Road M in Mancos. I previously spoke. I live up Echo Basin and Weber Canyon are very similar. They have, you know, like I had said before, Echo Basin, Dude Ranch, you know, they have several weddings and is gonna see far more, you know, traffic than Weber will. I just feel like it's kind of being blown out of proportion of what, you know, how detrimental it's gonna be. And again, my parents and, you know, grandparents have lived in Mancos. I don't really know any of you, but we have, you know, my parents have a ranch. We do everything that you guys are concerned that you're not gonna be able to do. It's possible, and the weddings don't really affect us.
Ma'am, please direct everything this way. Thank you.
The wedding just don't really seem to affect us, and I just feel like it's just blown out of proportion about, you know, how bad it's possibly gonna be. I was a little girl, I rode my bike, I never got hit by a car. I understand the concerns. And we have a cemetery also, a family cemetery, you know, right next to our house. And I just see a lot of similarities, and I don't see it being as big a problem as it's suggested. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have lodging, bigger property.
Ma'am, please. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Karen Meyer. I live at 8966 Road 41, right at the very start of that 41 intersection. It's kind of impromptu. If a 10-year-old can speak, I should try. I've lived there for about 8 years. What I can tell you, a lot of people spoke about traffic. I see it firsthand. In my yard, looking out my windows, I have about 4 or 5 cars every winter go into the ditch across from me. They've taken out my mailbox as well. It's a large migration area for the deer right there with the 2 pastures coming across. It was mentioned the school kids and they're jogging. Very active Mancos school, very involved. They're always out there jogging. You've got a lot of families trying to enjoy the road with the kids on bikes, and I just cringe when I see it because of the traffic. I think that those of us who live on 41, I think we're a majority landowners, taxpayers. I think we watch out for those things. We know that those deer are there. We know the kids are there. We know that the neighbors are trying to go down, even though it's a dangerous road. When you start bringing others from the outside, I don't think they're as careful. I guarantee they're not as careful. So we're looking out for our community. Echo Basin was just mentioned. You know that is on 40 acres. So there's quite a difference here going on. Again, I oppose, so if there was any question, I do oppose that. And I'm reading from lawyers, I'm reading statements from you guys about the law and the planning and the zone laws. My question was, how did it even get this far? How did it get past the director? it seems like it shouldn't have, because it does violate everything. And I don't know, can you answer that for me? I don't know why, how did it get this far?
It's public comment. It's not question and answer session.
Well,
I can answer it when you're
kinda
done.
should be. Yeah, you got a big job, because if you look at the sheet that Jessica gave you with all the signatures, the voters, all the addresses, Montezuma County. I wasn't at the other meetings because I really didn't think this was going to be serious and go very far. I heard there was a lot of people outside this community. So are those character references? And I don't think our planning and zoning commissions should be voting on character references about a business coming into our community. So I hope that first and foremost you look at our community, Montezuma County, sure, but our community and the opposition that's there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Jennifer Magnuson, and I live at 7587 Road 40.3, just off of H in Weber Canyon and Mancos. I'm speaking on behalf of the petitioners and the neighbors. We ask that you consider the likeness to a December 20th, 2022 decision by the Board of County Commissioners to deny a special use permit and AR 35+ rezoning application submitted by Elevated Smoke LLC agent Cole Clark on property located at 7231 Road 25, Cortez. This application was to create a commercial pocket on an agricultural residential zone property 1 mile from non-AR zone properties for multi-use family housing, and was denied under the premise of section 1201 and 1201.2 of the Land Use Code. It is important to note that the proposed events for HIP 06-2022 is for 60 patrons plus staff, creating a larger people and vehicle traffic impact than the multifamily unit proposed by Elevated Smoke LLC. I want to quote County Attorney Ian McLaren's input during that public hearing. Quote, I think that you know when you start to use the PUD process to create small commercial envelopes in agricultural settings, you are setting up a precedent where you can have spot zoning, and that's exactly where I was going with that. I mean, the land use code's interesting because it certainly does allow for a commercial envelope as part of a PUD, but then you've got this other zoning section out there that would seemingly define these sort of multifamily dwellings as a commercial use that would require zoning. So I think you run the risk of creating a situation where you do have spot zoning, and that you run the risk of the PUD application process being used to, perhaps circumvent the zoning, end quote. The similarity between the attempt to use a PUD for commercial land use is unmistakable with HIP 06-2022 attempting to use the HIP SUP for commercial land use. The Land Use Code zoning section 3314.1 defines this use for entertainment as commercial. Another quoted statement from the same hearing from County Attorney Ian McLaren, quote, I would say though, Commissioner, that just because a commercial operation is operating on agricultural land doesn't mean that it's in conformance with the Land Use Code. Commercial operations shouldn't be operating on land zoned agricultural residential, end quote. I would also like you to consider the similarities with our neighbors in Cortez, where the Cortez City Council denied commercial rezoning for Yellow Car Wines located at 1345 South Broadway, Cortez, on an R1 property. This is a business that was exceeding their occupational permit rules by exceeding the allowed number of patrons. The Cortez City Council decided with their votes that the number of patrons this commercial business would bring was not acceptable in a residential neighborhood. And just personally, I would like to say that we also moved here for the peace and quiet, the dark skies, the empty roads, the lack of traffic, and we don't want to see that disturbed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Magnuson. I live at 7587 Road 40.3 in Mancos, Weber Canyon. I will be reading a letter from resident Chris Abrams, who lives at 6766 Road 40 in Mancos. Dear Director Haley and Commissioners, I write to you in regards to an issue right down the street from my home, the HIP 062022 application requesting to operate a commercial wedding and event venue business on a 3.71 acre agricultural and residential zoned property. I imagine we have similar beliefs about private property, that an owner should be more or less be able to do what he or she wishes, as long as he or she does not cause harm to others. Maybe we have similar beliefs about living in a community too, that every one of us should be able to determine how we want to live our lives as long as it doesn't harm others. And when a change is proposed that will impact our lives, that we should have a say in that change. And maybe we have similar ideas about the role of government. Let people do what they want as long as they are not breaking the laws, write and enforce laws that protect the rights of all. If you believe as I do, then please deny the request to rezone the property or give the owners permission to turn their property into a wedding venue. Hundreds of neighbors have come together to oppose this. Every single one of us chose the land and the neighborhood we did because we value a rural lifestyle. We value listening to the crickets at night, not loud music and hundreds of people talking. We value seeing the dark night sky, not a sky lit up with floodlights. This is why the property is zoned as it is, because we are a rural community, and this is what we all have chosen. Please deny this application at this stage of the process to send a message that the rights and concerns of many are more important than a single property owner's wish. The neighbors have spoken. Let democracy do its job. Thank you for your time and consideration. Chris Abrams. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Sharon Kraft. I live at 636 Riverside Avenue, Mancos. My 3 grandchildren live next door to the proposed event center. And I support this objection because I walk regularly on that road, and there almost are always, I pass someone jogging, riding their bike, or walking, and there's not a lot of side on that road in a lot of places. I have a letter to read from Melinda Bronson. I actually pass her house when I walk up 41. Her address is 8385 Road 41, Mancos. I have submitted 2 previous letters and would like to provide an update. Please make this letter available to the commissioners attending the meeting scheduled for this evening. Multiple concerns have been previously expressed related to increased traffic, the availability of alcohol, noise, lighting, management of sewage, and the overall threats to the rural lifestyle current residents are living. In addition, approval of this permit will set a precedent which is perceived to be a very real threat by well over 100 people who live near the subject property. My professional background is in mental health, and I have observed that many of my neighbors are experiencing a genuine sense of fear about the implications of this permit being approved. Among other concerns, they are worried about the basic safety of their children, their pets, and their livestock. They are also concerned about how arbitrary changing of zoning restrictions may impact future property values and even the ability to market property as rural and agricultural. Please consider the needs of the majority of the residents of the area and deny this application. Sincerely, Melinda Bronson. The next letter is from Aaron Bohm, B-O-H-M, 518 Riverside Avenue, Mancos. I am a resident of the Mancos Valley, and I'm writing to express my opposition for the approval of the refiled high-impact special use permit. In the resubmitted HIP 06-2022 application, the narrative put together by the applicants tried to make the commercial business sound smaller and less of an impact. But the reality is that the main commercial business being proposed has not changed. The patron count, number of events, and the allowed operating times of events, and the fact that the traffic threshold will be exceeded for an agricultural residential property have not changed. The application also claims that the threshold standards will not be exceeded, including noise. But this is not realistic once you have 60 people in and out of a non-secluded house that sits above neighboring properties with only one property only 60 feet from the event building house. The applicants claim that their sound tests prove that they will not exceed noise, but their sound tests.
Ma'am. Yeah,
Fine.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
My name is El Subdivision. I live at 40310 Road G in Mancos. I want to invite the board to look at how would you feel about having some endeavor like this within 60 feet of your home. I don't know that you can or should answer that, but I'd like for you to think about it. And I also would like for you to think about when we love something, do we have to sell it?
Ma'am, please direct everything our way.
Yeah, do we have to sell what we love? Do we have to change something when we profess that it's really good the way it is? I also want to voice a concern about agriculture is not just peace and quiet. Agriculture carries smells and critters and all kinds of activity that may be very disruptive for having your dream wedding. That would be rough, I think. And I don't know. I mean, I can foresee clashes in terms of interest here that might be really difficult to deal with. That's all I want to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Aloha. My name is Michonne Olson. I live at 14050 Road 37 in Mancos. And I must say, I feel like David and Goliath. It feels, what I would like to say is that it would be nice to give these people an opportunity to prove these people right, to give them the opportunity to see if this can even work, because it may be too much for them. I don't know. I'm hearing everything, and I know these people mean what they say and that they will do their utmost to hold up to that. And so what I would ask this board to do is give them the opportunity to prove these folks right. That's what I would ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other comment? Okay, I will be closing public comment. Unless Don had any. Did you have any from?
No, we already covered the land use code, addresses this situation on AR 3-9 property.
I just meant any public comment that was sent in.
Oh, no, there are several letters. Stuff's been dropped off this week, emailed to us. It's all in the file.
Okay. Okay, then we will close public comment. Bring it back to the commission. Commissioners, do you have anything, questions, or anything to add?
I stated mine before, and they commented on it, so.
Anybody else? Okay. All right. Then we will entertain a motion at this time. I cannot make a motion, so somebody else has to.
I will make a motion to recommend to the Board of County Commissioners to approve a proposed high-impact special use permit submitted by Selvina Garino, Moore, and Jeremy Moore based on the following. The proposed use is in conformity with the code. The proposed use shall not generate any significant adverse impacts on other property in the area, and public utilities and services are available or can be made available to support uses consistent with the proposed zoning.
And conditions? I mean, I think we could easily say the conditions that were applied to the last application.
We need to state what those are as far as
The-
signage
The road signage for one, yeah.
on the northbound lane,
Yeah,
south
the
of the
northbound
property.
lane, right.
Okay.
Was there additional discussion about fencing?
Can I respond?
Sure.
We do have pending upgrades to the space, and fencing is on the list of things that we would upgrade before we go into operation.
Okay. I mean, I think personally, looking at some of the concerns, completing some sort of privacy fencing would make a large difference, you know, especially for these 60 feet neighbors.
Okay.
So I would have a condition that the fencing is completed.
Can I say, their residence isn't 60 feet, the property line's is 60 feet, the residence is like, what is it? Yeah, it's a couple football fields away. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know if you could, we're gonna put in fencing to stop people from walking through, even to stop people from walking across our land to get to the property line, there's gonna be a fence. So they don't even remotely go over there. But because of the nature of the valley, like even if you put up a fence right there, it would have to be like but even that doesn't matter because you can't see through the trees. There's a buffer of trees in the way anyway, so.
I mean, looking at, I'm gonna go back
Right.
to the, I mean, looking at this.
Yeah.
It makes it look like right here. So that's where my fencing comment.
And that's looking south to north?
And then, you
Okay,
know,
I
we
mean,
have these
I'm-
other pictures of fences that are, I mean, it seems like it's a big priority. You
Public
can't
comment is
comment,
closed,
it's
I'm
closed.
sorry.
Yeah, I don't know where that's looking at, because there are trees there.
They are the applicants. Public comment is closed, okay?
Well, that's your comment, I mean, the
mean,
fence,
what are your-
the
what are
fence,
your thoughts?
the fence are gonna stop wanderers, you know, and that seems to be maybe a concern to a couple of people, not many, that were brought up, so,
I mean,
you know.
Well, it seems safe, I mean,
I think, I don't see any reason that fencing, I mean, that needs to be a priority, obviously.
that's what I'm thinking, just, you know, safety wise.
Yeah.
So that would be the south fence at the cemetery, is that what you're saying?
I'm not making the condition. I just mean, I do think that there's clear issues with the fencing.
Yeah,
There's
I think
clear,
that
I
needs to be
mean,
addressed.
there's not an exact buffer of trees between them and the house.
Mhm.
There's clear area between that. Privacy fencing, those kinds of things to mitigate sound potentially should be applied. So, if that's the condition.
I think it should be explored at least. I mean, it seems like,
And define fencing, is it the entire property at 3.74 acres, or what's,
I mean,
what
yeah.
are you looking at getting fenced?
So that view is right there.
Yeah.
Looking at the house, not from their property looking.
Yeah, it looks like there's some key areas that were pointed out. I mean, I would say that these areas that he pointed out need to be repaired.
Okay, I think he said that was the cemetery, the south
Okay,
fence.
so the cemetery,
The south
absolutely.
South fence line.
And then,
So one thing to take note of here on the threshold standards, if you look adequate to protect from livestock encroachment, this refers back to the subdivision regulations,
yeah,
which 5104 are the design criteria for a subdivision, so that you fence off stock drives, cattle drives, so that animals can't get onto your property, can't get loose from what was ag land. I doubt there's any
yeah,
livestock in the cemetery unless they got loose from somewhere else.
that's a good point.
Just to note, I mean, you can condition what you want, but that is why that is stated there at 5101.4 from the subdivision regulations, because typically a subdivision goes into an ag area.
Can I
And
also?
then they fence off from other livestock that may be on that adjacent property.
Okay.
Can I also just let you know that you can't see the cemetery, it's over the hill, but we're happy to put a fence up to stop livestock or whatever, or people coming across the property.
I mean, I think that's the one gap that I see. I would just put it as a recommendation, not a requirement,
So fence,
to explore
fence south,
privacy fencing.
south property. And I would recommend you get it surveyed, because the fence is not a property line. Yeah, but that condition, yeah.
Any conditions from you guys?
Yeah,
No.
I'm okay with it.
So, okay, that's the conditions, and then a motion for second. Not me, but
The what? I'm sorry?
who, does anybody want to second
No,
the motion?
sec- I'll second it.
Okay. All right. And then we will call a vote.
Commissioner Farian,
Aye.
Commissioner Hernandez,
All right,
Commissioner Saunders,
Aye.
Commissioner Lynch,
Nay.
Commissioner Neergard,
Nay.
Motion was carried, vote was 3-2. Good luck.
there's a lot of trees here.
Yep.
Okay, we got to, we can't adjourn yet. Do we have to talk first?
What's that?
We have our discussion first before.
Yeah, we got a roll call here.
Well, roll call, that's right, sorry.
Are they gonna egg my house?
It's a long way to come to me. A long way. At the price
Okay,
of-
can we-
At the price of eggs, Haley, I don't think so.
I know. My in-laws just got a ton.
God, no way.
Don, can we have roll call, please?
Commissioner Farian,
Here.
Commissioner Hernandez,
Here.
Commissioner Saunders,
Here.
Commissioner Lynch,
Here.
Commissioner Neergard.
Here.
Okay, additional discussion. If an application results in having a denial and the motion does not state. Okay, okay.
That could take a while, but that's okay. That could be a while.
I'll ask him. Excuse me, can we have you move to the hall? We still have things to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, additional discussion items. If an application results in having denial and the motion does not state the reason, the P and Z needs to explain as to the reasoning based on the land use code, chapter and section.
Thank you. I got stung by a wasp
Oh, man.
yesterday, and it's getting bigger and bigger.
Jeez.
Thank you, Jessica.
So is that a statement or is that a discussion item?
Both.
Okay.
Well, I mean, if something, doesn't meet the land use code, we've got to know what and why. Because the commissioners are going to ask why.
So, but when it falls into the stated subjective nature that the lawyer has stated that there obviously is, how does that apply?
So in the motion, then you ought to give your reasoning in the motion. You know, if you're gonna make a motion to recommend denying the application, there's gotta be a reason.
Okay.
There's gotta be something to substantiate it. You
that's
can't,
fair. I
you
just
can't
didn't-
just arbitrarily say, I don't like it.
I guess I'm
Yes.
sorry, I misunderstood. I was thinking that when you vote nay,
If
But-
you're the person.
but if you're making the motion to deny, said reason needs to be given at that moment.
Correct.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We've had a couple of those that didn't have a reason. That
Now-
makes,
yeah.
that makes sense to me.
Correct.
That's definitely not fair to the
Because
applicant.
every week we do get asked, why did they vote against it? Well, if we don't get an answer, then we just say we don't know. If you have a basis of fact on the land use code, then you need to state that.
Okay.
If you feel that it doesn't meet a criteria of the land use code because your position is to vet the applicant's whatever they're proposing, that it does meet the land use code up to the subjectivity part. And so if there's something that sticks in there that you don't like, or that you feel doesn't meet that, we need to know that. If it's a matter of how that particular section, article of the land use code's being reviewed or looked at, or viewed, interpreted, then, you know, there may be an issue there for future revisions or discussions to, I guess, figure out what the intent was so that it can be applied.
That's
And
a
it
great
needs to be,
clarification.
it needs to be a matter of record for your denial.
Now, furthermore, is the vote tally a topic of discussion with the county commissioners? So say, is it said to them, this was approved by P and Z on a unanimous basis? Or is it stated that it was voted yes on a 3-2 basis?
We usually will give them
Yeah, Don usually says.
what the vote is.
3-2?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then in that case, would it also apply for a nay vote?
I mean, it's not required. It would be useful, helpful, particularly if you are voting that way based off of meeting or not meeting the objective parts of the land use code.
Okay.
Now, if it's a subjectivity part and you vote nay, I don't feel that it fits in this area. Rural, blah, 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 whatever rural is, because we don't know, because there's no definition of rural anymore, but, you know, that's something else.
Okay, I'm just trying to get clarity. on
Sure.
what we're
But no, we
supposed
get
to do.
asked every week.
Yeah, okay.
So I understand you get asked, and it's nice to have an answer.
But if we operate according to Robert's rules, your vote is your comment. Hopefully, during the discussion period of a permit, the concerns are raised, and anything that a person votes on will be voted on based on what he hears, sees in the application, and he voices in the discussion. So, in my opinion, it's not a requirement to say that, yes, this does not meet because this in the code. There's not going to be any place that I'm aware of that somebody will point to the code and say, this is a black and white violation of the code. That's very, I don't see that ever coming up. It's always going to be a subjective nature. And because...
Well, I would hope so.
Because
otherwise it's wrong.
Well, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So because there is a subjective nature, you can't pin down to a place in the code where a problem lies, in my opinion. And then as far as Robert's rules
My point
go,
is if you are relying on that, we need to know that, because if you're wrong, then we need to get it rectified. I mean, if you're saying that you cannot have a special use permit on AR property, then you're wrong, and that may affect your vote because, I mean, just saying, for instance, here, we reviewed that, it is in the land use code.
And
So if you feel like it shouldn't be in the land use code, you cannot use that and vote that way. You have to use what the code says when it's that objective.
And it isn't that objective. You've got place like the place that you point to where it says, yes, you can do this. And then in the place under the special use permits, those look like different situations to me. Even the retreat guest ranch isn't similar to what they're doing. It's very different in my opinion. The one right above it is special events. The list that they put in here are like once a year events.
Those are one-time
It can't be,
events.
because I mean, you look at the rest of the list, and mining and asphalt permits, that's a daily.
Those are really special. This is not. This is a commercial. This is a.
That'd be commercial?
By definition.
Okay.
This is this is different.
What year was this?
It's not an oil and gas.
Subjective.
What year was this?
Exactly.
Subjective, right. Yeah.
500
And that's what
dudes?
Don was saying, it's gonna be all subjective. And that, I think that is an answer. I'm voting in nay against this because I don't believe it's not fitting this area.
And I'm saying that'll come out in the discussion. Robert's rules doesn't require it. My vote is my comment.
But I also think we're saying we're recommending based on the following.
But that's to approve,
To
right?
approve, yeah, and if we're
We're talking
denying,
about
it should
denying,
be
right?
based
On what? Yeah.
on something.
No, I agree with you, Haley.
Because it's not fair to these people who
No,
are,
when-
like, it's their business.
When you vote to approve, you say, because it meets the land use code. If you vote to deny, you say, because it does not meet the land use code.
Right. And if it does not meet the land use code, that's one thing, but if it's, which we've had a couple of these, didn't like it. I mean, didn't think it fit in the area, that didn't meet the that's not a land use code issue. Plain and simple. Didn't think it fit in the area, so that's what it needed to say. I mean, how is the person presenting supposed to, who's trying to run a business, trying to use this property they've purchased, supposed to go on?
But here's another problem right here. So
They don't
B,
like it.
right there, it says, the proposed shall not generate any significant adverse impacts on other property in the area. So
And that's strictly your opinion.
What's your opinion on that?
That's subjective
But I-
also.
Exactly.
Because
That's-
I've been on that road twice, and I have
And that's
yet
exactly
to
where I
meet
was
an oncoming
tonight,
car
is
or a
because-
bicycle or a person, twice.
Yeah. No, and I, you know, but once again, you know, we gotta.
Yeah.
But when they come up and they're
No,
like,
my only
when
point
they don't
was-
have a traffic
was
study and they
objective
say it's gonna be
things.
traffic, that's what I have a problem with.
Because there has been times where it's
That's
been
what I-
stated that we are circumventing the land use code And it's in the land use code, so that's a wrong statement, and we can't rely on that on any vote ever.
Yeah,
So then.
I agree, that's illogical, you can't,
Yeah,
you
I
can't
understand.
defend that statement, but you understand what they're trying to say, correct?
No, if they don't agree with the land use code, then you're in the wrong position. You
Okay.
have to go with the land use code. You can't say, I don't like that part of the land use code, I'm not gonna ever vote with it, even though it's in there, you have to vote with it.
I agree.
That's the
And that-
objective part that I'm referring to.
And that statement that you made is completely illogical. You can't circumvent the land use code by following the land use code.
So if that's what it's based on your vote, then it's wrong and you can't vote that way, and we can hash that out further. Objective parts have to be followed, no whether you like them or not.
I mean, there's a lot of things that I've voted on that I don't agree with, but they meet the land use code.
Absolutely.
That's correct, right?
You know,
And
you have
you feel that there's
I
an
mean,
objection to the,
Yeah.
to the adverse
Again, you
impact.
know, tonight, the reason, I'll tell you guys right outright, the reason I voted no is because I feel that it generates adverse impacts on the people that live in that area. Because
Right.
I've driven that road, I've attended funerals in that cemetery, you know, so in my opinion, it's not a good place for it. It doesn't fit the area.
Sure.
But that's my opinion.
Sure.
And I,
But my opinion is backed by the statement right there.
Sure.
Land use.
Mhm.
yeah. What I have a problem with is getting public comment telling us there's gonna be too much traffic, too much noise, too much this, and then they don't bring data.
Right.
That to me is not an adverse impact, show me.
Yeah, but this is the problem
But it's-
again with this.
Yeah.
I read
Sure.
a lot of these, you know, I didn't read it all. I will
Yeah, yeah.
tonight, I'll read a bunch, but like I
But-
said, I've traveled that road a lot
Yeah.
because that is my neighborhood, or,
And that's your experience. And that's
and I
completely
know
valid.
when they have a funeral, you know, it's terrible on that road.
Sure, I can't imagine.
That road is terrible. And John.
Well, that whole
one of the guys-
canyon's one way in, one way out.
Yeah, it should be a one-way road. It shouldn't
All
be
the
a two-way
traffic
road.
is right there.
You got the-
So I don't know why they'd have cross-country running on it.
Yeah.
Because it's Weber Canyon.
Oh, I know they do.
It's like 31 or Dunlap Hill out of Dolores. They run up there.
By definition, cross-country is not road race. But never mind, we're away in the weeds.
But I do, I
Okay,
do
so-
think that if there is a denial and it is for adverse impacts, we should say due to adverse impacts. And if
Agree
you
with
want
you.
to, I think stating what the impact is really important. I mean, these are people's lives and their businesses, and just because, you know,
You know, I
a
want-
bunch of people are rallying against them, like, they need to know what they're working with if they're gonna come back.
And I think my problem is that there's continuing to have the events without their permit. And I live 2.5 miles from it on Montezuma Road, and I can hear the noise at my house.
And that's the thing, it's theirs to lose, right? We're not rezoning it to commercial, so that's not a permanent move. It's theirs to lose. So if they're not doing what they've stated in this that they're going to do, it will become known. We saw that in the Ironwood situation.
Correct.
And that permit was removed. That's what will happen if they don't live up to their end of the bargain.
Right.
What's that?
Yeah,
We good on that?
Yeah.
I am.
I have one more.
Because we've got we've got Mike's proposed tax bill insert notification that we sent to you guys.
So my only thing that I thought of, and maybe it's just the way I read it, right? But if we could put stop and then the before you build and develop on your rural property, that should be the first sentence.
Stops to get your attention.
Stop. Before you build, know that Montezuma County has an adopted land use code. That was my only
So you
thing.
would
I don't know.
put the-
I'd flip them. I'd flip them.
Okay, the first statement would be on, after that.
And I would put a QR code and your website.
And I would add, before you build on or develop your rural property or sell. Or sell.
Not sell, but buy.
Well,
Well, they wouldn't get it because it's in the tax
yeah,
state, right? So
yeah, you're,
they're not gonna have
before
it.
you sell, because what you've done now is you have to give notice to your realtor. And they're the culprits, they're the ones that should be telling potential buyers that there's a land use code.
I don't know how you're gonna enforce that, you know what I mean?
You can't.
Yeah.
But all you can do
Yeah.
is this.
I think a link, like a QR link directly to the land use code would be helpful. People are getting used to them now.
Yeah, good idea.
And I bring this up because the treasurer said we needed to have something for her by November so that she could send that to the printer to get an estimate. And then when she gets the estimate back, the cost can be presented to the commissioners. I imagine they'll want to see this before that. I mean, we can come up with a recommendation, but wouldn't that need to be approved by them as well as a first step?
BOCC.
Yeah, I guess let's decide. I mean, if you wanna
Needs a little zhuzh.
reorganize the wording there, I don't know how you do a QR code.
Jess, can you help them?
So, yeah, I think, if you're okay with it, I think flipping those two, you know, adding the sell portion of it, and then a QR code that's, because I agree with Haley, QR codes, they're being more and more readily used. And if that's a direct link to the land use code, that's a very easy access.
And probably.
That's a good idea.
address too, Haley?
Definitely. Yeah, however you want them to contact you.
But if we make
And
those
probably your
changes-
logo, county logo.
If we make those changes, I would motion to send it on to BOCC for approval.
Do you think that they have a budget for this?
I think it would, if we make those changes, I think you guys need to see it before it gets sent to the BOCC, rather than just saying, I move that we do this if these changes are made. I'd rather, I think we ought to make the changes, you look at it and say, yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah, just send it in the email
And then-
and say I'm good with it or not.
Yeah, if you wanna send me the revision,
But
I mean, we can send it out 2 or 3 times.
Not making a motion?
No, can we say, yes, go ahead and send this on to BOCC without being in a meeting?
Well, you can,
Because if our next meeting's not gonna be till October, is that enough time to get it through BOCC and then to the people for?
It's pushing it, I think. I don't know, what's your opinion?
Now, and then also additionally, should we not have the cost of it known before we go to BOCC?
I
So,
think
because
Mike-
they're the ones to approve
I think
that.
Mike already got that
That's what he's
information.
trying to do.
No.
He's trying to get it built before you get the cost.
Okay.
It's necessary to give to the treasurer for her to get the cost and the size, because I don't know if it's gonna be a normal business envelope. I assumed that it would, and this is 1/3 of a page printing, so you could print 3 per page, and it would fit within a regular business envelope.
So then, why couldn't we do a revision, right? Send it out through the planning department, where we all get to see it. If we have any additional feedback, that goes back through Dawn, right, back to you, between now and October's meeting, right? Because that one, we have an additional 2 weeks on because we had to move it back, right?
We're gonna have to vote on that next,
No, we have to vote on that.
but yeah,
Oh, yeah,
you're
but-
right.
But then, in October's meeting, we have a final approval. You will have, by that time, taken it to the treasurer, right, to get the cost.
No. She has to send it. So I'm gonna deliver something to her. She's gonna send it to her printer mailing company and wait on a response for them to give her the cost. So I don't know what that turnaround time is.
Oh,
Gotcha. So then,
Is it possible to have a meeting of this board in between scheduled meetings, like by a virtual meeting, and just say, have you all looked at this and let's make a motion to do such and such with it?
Anytime you meet as a board, you have to.
You have to put up a public notice. But you could go ahead and make a motion that you recommend the revision be sent to BOCC as soon as it's coordinated via email.
Will that cover it?
I think so. Because we have the basic intent and concept, we're just tweaking it a little bit.
I think that,
I have some time tomorrow if you want to do the QR code, we can do it.
I think that would be the way to do it, is if we can
I think
do the
so.
motion
Via email.
to handle it via email, and then it'll go before the BOCC before our next meeting.
Yeah.
I think so.
That's a good idea. And then that way we can get it out before the time cutoff, right?
Yes.
So then, yeah, then I think I'll make a motion to, can I do that being chairman on this situation?
I
I don't think so. So go ahead.
No, you can't.
What if you, somebody else make a motion?
Just let somebody else
Killing
do
them tonight, so go for it. Make a motion that we.
I move that the editing that we have discussed here, including QR code
Logo.
and the web address, also adding or sell to the list, moving before, above, and putting the Montezuma second. Those changes be made, sent out by email for approval, and if it's approved, to present it to the BOCC by the planning department.
And then move forward to the quote.
Yeah.
Get a quote.
Can I add something to that? I don't know if this is proper for me to just blurt stuff out, but what about?
Just come to the podium, state your name.
3-minute limit, but what about commercial on there too, operating a commercial business? I think that's something that we're seeing a lot too. And I know it's kind of hypocritical of me saying that, but before you operate a commercial business on your property,
Yes.
or develop.
True.
We
That's
need
a
to add.
That's a
Great
good
point.
Good point, Jess.
You might want to like bullet some examples.
'Cause that's a good segue into what I wanted to talk to you
So,
about
is there a second?
Oh, second. Sorry. Point of order.
Okay, and then can we have a vote?
Aye.
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 All opposed, raise a hand.
There you go.
All right.
Easier.
Pass.
Motion was carried, vote was unanimous.
Unanimous, yeah.
Unanimous.
Got it.
Okay.
What I wanted to bring up was, we have situations where we've changed zoning to a commercial from ag residential. And the concern seems to be if that goes away, the enterprise goes away, the property's still zoned that. So why can't that property revert back to the AR if the entity goes away?
Didn't we do that with the farm stand?
Yeah, but I don't know the
It's gonna be a legal
legalities of
question.
it.
It's gonna be a legal question. But I think we should pose that to the attorney.
I mean, it's a good idea.
Yeah, and if we have to go into the land. use
Conditional
code.
zoning?
Yep.
It's not there now, we would have to add it to the
Yeah,
land use code.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't know unless it fell under the guise of the high impact permit, but, yeah,
No, because you didn't change that zoning. I'm talking specifically commercial.
right.
You know, i.e. the BOCC meeting where that campground, that seemed to be a big concern, is if it goes away, now I got a commercial zoning on my property, I can put a trash transfer station out there.
Which is what we saw in the same situation with Raptor Storage
Yeah.
and the concrete. Daniel's Concrete, because he got it commercial rezoned. He sold it to the other guy because it was a higher value, it was already commercial. And then came back and asked for more,
Yeah.
right?
See, yeah, and if, to me, if it's, take that situation, if it's a concrete batch plant, we granted the commercial use, he sold it, it's still gonna be a batch plant, then that doesn't change anything. If the batch plant went away, yeah, now the zoning goes back to its original.
Okay, but then you get into, there's a gray area there, because there
I'm
are,
sure there is.
right, because then you have businesses that maybe start adding services, right? That they take, for instance, these gentlemen here where they have heavy equipment, you know, or diesel mechanics, right? Okay, and then they decide to hire welders and machinists, right? And that's we approved it for the diesel mechanic, right?
Correct, okay.
But then it's welder and machinist, okay? And then they sell that business, and the people that buy it only want to do welding and machining, they get rid of the diesel mechanic, right? So that's a natural transition there.
Yeah. I see your gray area.
Yeah.
So in chapter 3, under zoning, this is actually another concern for the property that we just voted on. And it says under objectives for the zoning section, number D is predictability concerning property values. Zoning designations will assist neighbors, potential buyers, and the public in recognizing what kind of development to anticipate and to be able to adjust expectations and plans accordingly. If you have a commercial operation pop up beside you because of a high-impact SUP or a commercial envelope that just pops in there, even though it can be taken away later, you cannot meet the predictability of the zoning regulations. There's no way. So, but when you live in an AR 35 and you see the zoning change from the city coming toward you, that's predictable, in a way.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's like, okay, it's halfway here, it's gonna be here in, what, 2 years, whatever. If it's not predictable, it helps you see how much time you have before you're gonna be in it.
Right, right. The same as the expansion of the city limits, right? We've seen that the same
Yes.
way. And then the 3-mile radius of the city limits and all
Right.
that kind of thing as well. So I see your point.
One thing on this particular property, it probably won't become part of the city limits because most of the land south of the city limits is in conservancy. So unless those families change their conservancies, we can't expand towards the south. The only one that we can is Tom Weaver's house on the east side of 490, of 41 right now is not in conservancy up to the Grove Cemetery. But the rest is in conservancy, so past where these people live, that's gonna stay agriculture. And I know the property right across from my house, the Houston place is all in conservancy, and that's on the west side of 41. So they have a good chance of not ever becoming part of the city, part of the commercial area, part of the multi-use in Mancos. They're gonna probably stay agriculture. And that's why the people in Weber Canyon are so upset, that they want it to stay agriculture.
I bit my tongue on that 41 and G. At the intersection of 41G, up 41 a little bit, there's a fellow there that does Volkswagen mechanic work.
He was here tonight, that was John.
Pardon?
That was John, he spoke tonight.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, I know
I
John.
bit my tongue because that's a commercial entity.
Yeah.
And it's there.
And he's
yeah.
been there for.
It's been there forever, I bet.
Yeah, he's
looking
worked
at the
on-
volume.
He's worked on all my Volkswagen.
So when people were saying, hey, there's no commercial in there, yeah, there is.
Yeah, well, that's because he's buddies with everybody out there.
Yeah.
You know, he's lived there forever.
Do you mind if we wrap up, so I
We
can
have
finally
one more.
take a Benadryl?
I need a motion for the change of the October meeting.
October
From
12th to
12th to the
October 19th.
We're gonna move it a week?
We're gonna wait.
Oh,
Don emailed everyone.
I'll make a motion to change the October meeting
So from the 12th to the 19th?
to the 19th.
12th to the 19th.
Yes.
I'll second. Go.
Okay, all in favor?
Same thing.
Aye.
Abstain.
We'll send you an email reminder too.
Okay. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so motion was carried. Vote was
Unanimous.
4
4 to 1, one abstain.
Who abstained?
Mike.
I won't be here.
Won't be there.
Okay, I make a motion to wrap this up.
I may not be here either, to tell you the truth.
Okay, anybody second the motion to adjourn?
Yeah,
Oh, that's the word. Adjourn.
everybody seconded it. Only one
All in
can
favor?
second.
Aye.
Aye.
We'll be in Kansas crashing cars.
That sounds like fun.
Oh, it's gonna be a blast.